What is up, everyone? What is up? How's it going? Happy Monday. Or, as Garfield would say, I hate Mondays. And lasagna. Why is what so slow? I don't know. I just started the stream. When is your sideman coming back? Who, Darko? Last time I saw him was like 2 years ago when we had Friendsgiving because we both have busy lives and he was working night shifts. So hopefully he'll be back. I think he's planning to come back in a few months or so, or I may be going to visit him. We're figuring it out. Next time might be an IRL stream if we do anything. I might be out in Jersey or something. We'll see. We're still kicking around ideas and everything. But yeah. Hey man, do you have any favorite distro nowadays? Still Pop OS for my daily stuff and Cubes OS for my hardened security stuff, and then Parrot OS for when I'm tinkering with offensive security stuff. And interestingly enough, I was actually in the middle of writing the scripts for the next few videos, which I'll be covering Tails, Cubes, and a few other things as well. So, yeah, I will definitely be covering a few more things. I didn't get to do a video this weekend because I was a little out of it and was a little busy, so I didn't get to edit the video, but I'm going to have a video coming out talking about ham radios and everything, or at least why, if you're in IT and cybersecurity, you should definitely consider getting into ham radio, especially in light of the major power outage that was in Portugal and Spain, for those of you that are not aware. Portugal and Spain both suffered major power outages, was about a week or two ago. And when I say major power outages, the entire countries were out of power. Like, it was bad. Like, cell, internet, power as a whole just didn't work for a while. And a lot of people that were able to keep in contact were really only the amateur radio people, the hams, the GMRS, and all of that stuff. So, yeah. What's better for a daily drive usage, Unix or Cubes, and why? Well, Cubes if you're going to be doing that, but those are two things for two different purposes, and in most cases, I wouldn't recommend daily driving either one. Let's put it this way. If you try to do a screen share and you have just a basic conference call, you can't share your screen on Cubes just because of the way the GUI works. But yeah. Covering Gen 2? No, I'm not going to cover Gen 2. It's not. I already mentioned that in the Linux, the 6 different families of Linux that I made a few months ago. It's not really worth going into Gen 2 because the average person isn't going to use it, and even the more advanced people, it's a really big time investment that's not really worth it to compile everything from source and redo it and everything so much like that. Cube seems too much an extreme. Well, there's a fine line between security and convenience. You're not really going to get both. And Cubes is an entire workflow and philosophy that's different, that it's compartmentalized from the ground up. What's the story with NVIDIA lately? They trying to kill GPUs with terrible drivers. I mean, AMD's also had their big blunders too with drivers and everything. On the Linux side, they're just built into the Linux kernel. Every piece of hardware is going to have a bad driver once in a while. I don't know. I haven't had too much of an issue with them. How many DEF CON members are Marvel? What do you mean, like, are Marvel? I don't know what you mean by that. Go away, update notification. I seen a guy trying to rip DVDs on Kali. It was funny. Yeah, Kali. People that try to daily Kali as an operating system are one of the biggest signs that you are not really. You're still in the beginner stages. Experts know you can't really daily Kali. You can throw it as a VM, you can have it on the flash drive, But dailying it for everything, it's not meant for that. You would use Parrot OS for that. What I've heard is that NVIDIA needs to add more VRAM to their stuff. 8 gigabyte of VRAM doesn't cut it anymore. Well, that's just everyone. Everyone needs more VRAM. The problem is the larger the textures get, the more memory you have to fit it in. Let's remember, years ago, when I started doing video games and everything, not even a little bit before then, but when I was like in my teenage years and everything, it was like you only needed 256 megabytes of VRAM. Now we're talking about 8 gigabytes of VRAM not being enough. And NVIDIA's in this rock and a hard place, and AMD is too for an extent, as well as Intel, but NVIDIA more so. They know they can't put too much VRAM in without undercutting their AI computing chips, because they're trying to drive you into that market, which has a lot more of the VRAM and everything. But they also need to add more VRAM just for the gaming. I want to play Dota 2 on Linux, and I tried Casio OS, which was fine. What do you recommend for 13700K and 3080 NVIDIA RTX? Whatever distro makes you happy. I use Pop OS, install it, and I'm pretty happy with it. The NVIDIA drivers are pre-installed at the box on one of the versions of Pop OS, so all I have to do is install it, and System 76 at least does some evaluations for NVIDIA drivers before they send it downstream. So that's why I like using it, because if I need a new NVIDIA driver, I don't have to go running and grabbing the driver and then package it up and do all the little fancy stuff. I just literally do sudo apt install NVIDIA dash whatever version I need to upgrade to. That's it. It's stupid simple. Thoughts on NVIDIA Jetson? I want to get one, but they're hard to come by, and they're probably going to get more expensive with the tariffs. I'm doing all right. Sorry I can't read your name. That looks like, what is it, Chinese? I think. Pardon my ignorance. I don't know how to pronounce your name. You like Ubuntu? I mean, Ubuntu's all right. I just don't care for it because Pop OS is more polished. System 76 originally was Ubuntu with a extension pack or something to enhance it, and then they did enough changes that they became their own distribution. So I've just been using Pop OS for years. Nezu? Okay. Try to remember that. One of the first videos of Google previous video site, Google Video, was shown on an Ubuntu PC. Wouldn't surprise me. Similar to Pop OS. What are you talking? Hold on, let me catch up. What's similar to Pop OS, Ember? Cosmic seems too much bugs. Well, Cosmic is still not in stable production. Cosmic, I think, is still an alpha, maybe beta. So, of course there's a lot of bugs with it. It's still not a stable not operating system, stable GUI or everything. They're completely rewriting a lot of GNOME in Rust, which is going to make it overall, I think, better, because GNOME had a lot of its own issues because the GNOME Foundation was also lacking on things, and System 76 is going to clean up a lot of those things. So it'll be the GUI that I like, with a lot less of the BS and inefficiency of the GNOME Foundation. I think they did a great job getting over the line to get GNOME where it is, but I think they've kind of lost the mission, I guess. Where can we get a YubiKey for cheap? Well, you're going to get them the same price just about everywhere, but the reality is when it comes to YubiKeys, like all security products, you need to make sure you have a secure supply chain. You can maybe get them on sale once in a while from Yubico directly, or in their Amazon store, which I do have links to, but it's rare every so often. I can possibly reach out to them to see about getting another discount code going. It's been a minute since I reached out to my reps and everything, and it's about time I do some more content with them. They're one of the few I haven't actually taken too much money from. I just like their products. These are all the YubiKeys that I still need to go about destroying for some content. Run it over with my car, bury it in my backyard. We'll do some YubiKey torture tests. How about that? No, I can't give those away. They're already written with my data, and overwriting them, I still don't trust anyone being able to pull things off. Waiting for SteamOS, yet seems like a promise broken. SteamOS has been around for years. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, yes, there's a whole, like, redo or whatever they're promising. Yeah, SteamOS for desktop has been around for years already. They just are redoing the entire thing. But yeah, SteamOS, I don't know if I'd get that for desktop. Because here's the reality, and I keep telling people this. Everyone's like, oh, I like this distro for that distro or that distro. Almost all the components in every Linux distribution are the same. You may have a little difference here between the GUI, maybe a little thing over here underlying it. Maybe you get the few ones that are using initd instead of systemd. But overall, it's the same damn software. And the main core things that people are talking about with gaming, what? Your GPU driver, it's going to be the same. Your CPU microcode for AMD and Intel, it's going to be the same. The kernel underlying it, it's pretty much going to be the same, maybe a newer version. There's not much difference between any of these distributions. It's more the configuration out the box that's different. Like, everyone's like, well, I like the GUI on, Ubuntu versus... You can install any GUI on Ubuntu if you really want. Linux gives you choices, but don't get too hung up on, well, there's this distro and that distro. There's maybe a few core components that are different, but overall, you're not going to get that much of a difference when you hop from Fedora to Ubuntu or Pop! OS. Maybe the package manager is going to be a little bit different. Maybe the driver handling and how you get that in is going to be slightly different, but it's ultimately going to be the same. What do you think about Mint? Mint, my issue with it is more so that, putting aside the few years ago when the site got compromised and they were sending malicious ISOs out, that's a whole other issue, and it's happened many years ago. I know that it caters to people that are coming from the Windows world for familiarity, but I think a lot of the people that are coming from the Windows world also need to realize, hey, the Windows GUI is horrible. You have options. You have choices. I think it's a great toe in the water, but I think you should go explore and see what actually fits better for your workflow rather than make your workflow conform to what was a pretty awful experience that is Windows. Windows, more or less, has not really changed too much from its Windows 95, 98 roots. Yes, I know some people are going to say, well, this is different and that's different. But if you go grab Windows 95, 98, XP, and take that all the way to today, it's pretty much the same. 8 was the only one that really broke the flow, and they realized most people hated that, and they went back to 10. Back on the GUI in 10. What is the best browser for privacy and security that is also decently fast? Carrier pigeons. Carrier pigeons carrying IP packets one at a time. Very private, very fast, very secure. No, seriously. If you're worried about privacy and security, the one thing I'll always tell people is that you're most secure when you're offline. But in terms of that, Firefox is pretty great. Yes, you can use Brave, but, like some people say, like, there's Molvad and all that. Reality is, like, there's half a dozen the other. Now, for those of you that are going to say, what about Tor? Tor is not really a browser per se. It's a protocol. That's a whole other discussion we're not going to have here. Um, Personally like Pop OS. Yeah, it's all right. Windows versus Linux for gaming. Preferred Windows. For gaming, I do it on Linux. The only issues I've had with gaming on Linux is kernel level anti-cheats not working on it, but that has more to do with developers making poor decisions than the game itself and the operating system. You guys make it sound boring. Well, at a certain level, you do this stuff. Yeah, it kind of is it is boring because once you actually, peel back the curtain and you get to a high enough level, you realize it's all the same stuff. At a high level, there's huge differences between Mac, Windows, Linux, FreeBSD, but then when you get to the Linux operating system and the distributions there's not much difference between all of them. Package manager, a GUI, maybe some of the configuration of the files out of the box, the installer, more or less the same. You go through a few dozen distributions and do distro hopping, you start seeing, oh yeah, okay, it does this. Oh yeah, it does that. Oh, okay. I've been doing this for like what? I'm old. I've been maining Linux since after Windows Vista. So, what is that, like 15 years? I'm old. My usage of Linux is almost old enough to vote. Same taco, different toppings for Linux distros. Pretty much. Currently studying cybersecurity, trying to get into blue team job. Can you give some advice? So I do have a YouTube video that'll help you out quite a bit. There's a couple videos I had. One was, the most recent one was the truth about cybersecurity certs, or the truth about certs, why your resume is getting ignored, something like that title. I have some good tidbits in there. The main advice I would have is, and I say this in the videos, and I have some more information on how to find networking events to go meet people, because it's not what you know, it's who you know. That's how you're going to find a lot of the opportunities, because the biggest mistake I see from a lot of people is they're like, oh, I'm just going to go on LinkedIn and apply to a million jobs. Most of the jobs actually aren't on LinkedIn, believe it or not. You may get leads for some jobs on LinkedIn, but a lot of jobs are actually word of mouth. And even if you do find the jobs on LinkedIn, you usually are going to be better off running into a person that happens to work at a company that can put a word in for you, because you have a lot of other applicants in there. They'd be like, oh yeah, I knew this guy, I can vouch for him. I've done that for a few people I've run into, trying to get them into different positions and stuff like that. It's the same story no matter what field you're in. It's not what you know, it's who you know a lot of the time. And then also, once you're in the field, you still got to socialize and meet people and go networking and stuff like that. Windows Vista is 2007. Yeah, so about 15 years. 17 years. Crap! In one more year, my Linux usage can vote. But yeah, I'm working on some other content that's going to help people get ideas for, getting jobs, all that. The other thing I would also say is tinkering, home labbing, learning a lot of the core concepts, building up your experience in that way if you didn't have internships, things like that. The other thing is that when you go to get a cybersecurity job, if you don't have prior IT experience, you're going to be at a detriment. You're going to have to accept the fact that a lot of cybersecurity jobs want to see 1 to 3 years of IT experience. And I'm going to also say this. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's improbable to get a job without that experience. But if you don't have that experience, believe it or not, you're going to be at a huge detriment coming into the field. I've seen it a lot where there's a lot of people that come in and they haven't done any IT service desk or dealt with customers in different parts of and they don't know a lot of the core concepts, and they stumble a lot harder than they need to because they don't know a lot of the fundamentals and the basics. And I know a lot of people get upset like, well, there's no such thing as an entry-level job in cybersecurity, and I would dispute that by saying, if you look at cybersecurity in the same way as, say, a specialist in the medical field, they all start by becoming general medicine. Then they specialize. You don't come out of medical school becoming an oncologist, a cardiologist. You go through general medicine, you learn your basics, you do your rounds, you spend a few years doing all of that, dealing with patients, bedside manner, everything like that, and then you can work on your specialization. Maybe not apples to apples, but in cybersecurity, it's kind of the same thing. You go through, you do your basics, you make your rounds, you learn how to interact with people, you learn a lot of the base concepts and things like that, and then you can specialize into another field. And in IT, cybersecurity is not the only field you can specialize in. There's server administration, system administration. You've got network systems, networking. I cannot speak today, words. You've got a lot of different core fields you can break into. Maybe coding's your bag. And you want to learn to architect different systems and things like that. Yeah. I got the old Pop OS. Problem with Steam, I just can't make it work with Marvel Rivals. I haven't played Marvel Rivals. I have it, but I haven't played it. I've heard a lot of people do pretty well with it, but yeah. You want a daily Steam OS? Look into Bazite. I haven't really played with it. Manjaro KDE was my first distro from Windows, and I had a good experience with it, and it's what I recommend. Just switch to Endeavor, and I like it. I don't know if I'd recommend both of those for a lot of beginners. Manjaro makes things easier in the Gen 2 way, but, no, wait, is Manjaro Arch or Gen 2? I think it's Arch. Yeah, it's Arch. Arch-based. Because there can be some headaches with the R repositories and stuff like that for a lot of people, especially starting out. You run into driver issues with Linux? No more than I do with Windows. Honestly, and this cracks up a lot of people. So my main box is Linux, but the box that runs all my streams is Windows because of all the Elgato hardware and all that stuff. But I'm using OBS. And the majority of issues that I see with my streams have to do with the Windows side. The Linux box, the worst I have is specific niche issues because of the way I have to route audio, which is not a normal thing most people will run into, because I have a mixer that brings both audio sources in from the computer so I can hear both, and my mic can go out to both, so it's got USB going to both of them. But I also need the audio to go in through HDMI to the capture card over here so that it can pick it up. So I need to get the audio broadcast to two systems, so I use Pipewire to reset the audio, and sometimes the audio driver, I don't know if it's the driver, but something with Pipewire messes up and I have to reboot the machine. I mean, I can just restart the Pipewire service too, but half the time it's better to just reboot the machine because I'm always doing something and I'm like, oh yeah, I probably need to redo that update or install that update because I had a Linux kernel patch pending or something. But that's about it. Sleeps is right, it's all an illusion. Well, yeah. Everything's an illusion. I mean, the reality is, like, I wouldn't say it's all an illusion, but it depends on what you're talking about. In terms of security, a lot of the ideas that I come across with everyday people that aren't in the field don't understand what security is. Like, the average person thinks, oh, a VPN's gonna make me secure and safe. In certain circumstances, it helps you, but it's only one layer of things, and if you're at your home using a VPN, it doesn't really help. Because if you're going to hop on a VPN and do the exact same things in the exact same ways that you were doing without a VPN and log into the exact same services, you're not really doing anything else. Now, if you're in a public Wi-Fi and, wanting to prevent people from sniffing your traffic, that's a whole other issue. But, yeah, it's like, that's just one example, drop in the bucket of the things I come across. Or the arguments I've had with people where they're like, a password manager makes you less secure. Or I get these weird ideas from people like, well, you should just have your password and then just add a prefix to it. And I'm like, dude, you're overcomplicating it. The main threat model is people reusing their passwords, or the issue being people not using good passwords. They think that a password manager makes them weaker, And it's like, well, I do understand from the point of, okay, you get access to everything. The bigger issue is the average person isn't using secure passwords at all. Period. Now, as long as you're not using something crappy like LastPass, you're good. What's more important in IR? Thorough documentation or tuning cases? IR. Hold on. My brain is fried. Acronym. Spell it out for me. Incident response. Oh, okay, sorry. My brain is so fried, I was like, I'm pretty sure you do not mean infrared. I'm like, that does not make sense. Incident response. So are we talking about during the incident or post-incident? The documentation, ideally, you should be documenting along as you go with an incident happening. Just so you get the timeline and things established as they're going. As far as tuning cases, talking about in general in a SOC as a CSR IRT analyst. Okay. I haven't done too much in terms of IR. I've been more on the engineering response, engineering side of things. But in terms of the incident side, from the incidents I've had to work with people, documentation of the issue and tracking the issues going on and seeing what we can do to see what they're trying to do in the first place is a little bit more important, because you need to gather in the details of what happened, when it happened, and how it happened. That's more important, especially when you're talking about having to analyze learning lessons as you go. Because without documentation, it's bupkis. And the honest truth is, sometimes you can get so in the moment with an issue, you're going to forget details after the fact. So, documentation is key, in my opinion. You can. I was bashing my head against the wall with Ubuntu with drivers, but Pop! OS, the driver runs smoother. It depends, to be honest. Well, yeah, Pop! OS does some pre-evaluations before they deploy those things to their repositories, which is part of the reason why I like Pop! OS. It smooths out a lot of the day-to-day process. Like Ubuntu will just take the NVIDIA driver, throw it in the repository, and go, woo-doo! System 76 at least does a little bit of a validation and qualification before it hits the main repos. No drivers are built in, some are not, so kind of depending on what device you have. True Vampire. Different levels of sickness and sysadmin activities. Oh, suckiness, yeah. There's always a different level of suckiness when it comes to cyber and everything. I have the joke when it comes to cybersecurity, system administration, networking, and all that. Show me a guy who's happy all the time in their job and says everything is great, and I will show you a guy who is new in the career and hasn't been here long enough. Like, I'm not saying not to like your job or anything, but yeah. I started as a kid with it in 1993. There was Slackware, SSL, and Yggdrasil. Yeah, Slackware was one of my first distros I played with, but I was young enough when I started doing it, because, born in the early 90s, that I quickly pivoted over to Debian, because Debian by that time had really been out for a while. And I've just kind of always liked my Debian types of Linux ever since, because that's my comfort zone. Not that I haven't played with Red Hats and stuff like that. We use Red Hat at work, AWS Linux, stuff like that. But, yeah. I still say it's worth at least poking at Slackware to see granddaddies of Linux. It's interesting to see that it's still around. Did you get to use Backtrack? Yeah, Backtrack before it became Kali. Yeah, I played with that a little bit, using Jack the Ripper and stuff like that. I'm hoping to get back into pen testing in the next year or so and shift properly into purple, but we'll see where I go from there. Work may possibly be paying for OSCP training and all of that stuff for me. Although I'm trying to knock out CCSP this year, as well as some additional ham radio licenses as a personal accomplishment. Not that I'm one of those people that's like, I like certs. Look, if work is paying for it, I'll go for it. But my first cert was CISSP. Now I'm going for CCSP. And then I want to go for OSCP. And I only want to do that just because it'll be, I think, a fun little achievement. Not because it's like one of those, like, hey, look at me. Ooh. I'll tell you, I will pick the guy that has experience, or girl that has experience, over the person that has walls of certs but not the experience to show for it. Back when I had Yagi antennas and most net were WEP. Man, WEP was fun to crack because I got to learn about a lot of the cracking. What is it? Was it Air Snort and Air Crack NG? But I did it with Canopix. I learned about war driving and I was like 9 or 10 years old from a family friend. They were like, hey, I'm going to teach you about this thing called Linux. And here's the broken.org. Or no, that was when I was like 12 or something. The broken they showed me after we did this. Sorry, little kid, memories fuzzy. But yeah, it was like, yeah, so there's this thing called Linux, and now we're gonna go around war driving. What's that? Well, we're gonna go find wireless networks to see if we can get into them. Why are we gonna do that? Because I'm bored. That was literally a family friend that did that. Linux plus gaming earned a sub. Yep, we'll be doing gaming in a little bit. We've been doing Oblivion Remastered for a little while. Although I still can't figure out the stuttering with Oblivion Remastered after you start playing for like an hour or two without having to restart the game. I managed to fix it for a good part, but I think it might be a caching issue or something. Oblivion Remastered definitely wasn't well tuned. There's probably going to be some updates coming to clean it up a little bit, but who knows? Stuck at tier 3 help desk who can't even turn on a browser. Oof. Worked help desk for some years, but been a dev for 20 years after. Yeah. I was doing MSP for a few years until I realized, hey, I could get paid way more doing something else and be less stressed. MSP was look, I'm very thankful for my years as an MSP, managed service provider, for those that are not aware, but it is a very stressful, underpaid position. Now, at first, when I say underpaid, like once you start getting your notches in your belt and leveling up your skills, because I was making like less than half of what I'm making now, and I had to handle 12 different clients, but I was dealing with Windows Server, Active Directory, a little bit of cloud, email security, Office 365, desktop support, printers, networking, VLANing it all. I've done WatchGuard, Sophos, Unify, different networks, a little bit of Cisco, and you just figure your way out through a lot of these different things, as well as low voltage cabling and everything from my electrician side of things. And eventually I started leveling up and realized, hey, I can go to Enterprise and get paid more and not be as stressed. Like, it's funny when you see, like, the new people coming in and like, man, I'm stressed. I have so much to do. And I'm sitting back chuckling because I'm like, you have no idea what stress is. I'm like, you think you have a lot? Oh, just wait. I'm like, even on my most stressful day at my job, do you know how nice it is to know I only have to worry about one environment? Just one versus 12? And I just have to work on one client, and I can go in every day for the most part, unless there's curveballs from incidents that happen and things like that, and just be able to work on the things I know that need to be worked on. And I don't have to like explain to 12 different owners different, things and justify the spend for a few things. It's great. Um, thanks. I just got put into a cybersec apprenticeship first, whilst in first line. Nice. Audio drivers on Windows has had their share of problems this year as well. Yep. Um, thoughts on security team banning browser extensions and limiting browsers to Edge, Chrome, and um, I'm guessing that's Firefox. It makes sense to me, although a lot of companies aren't allowing Firefox. The reason why is because a lot of companies are going to zero trust network access, and it requires having a cert installed. And Firefox isn't the easiest to configure out the box. Now, as far as limiting extensions and things like that, it makes sense. A lot of people may not like this opinion. I do believe that there should be at least some kind of a risk registry for extensions, because some extensions can actually grab what's going on in the browser. There's been a plethora of different extensions that have actually been hijacked and then turned malicious. Legitimate extensions that were then turned malicious. Like, I think there was like, what? I could be mistaken on this. I think the Great Suspender was one of them. I could be wrong on that. I think there was something about that or something else, um, but yeah, I see the good case for it, and Chrome and Edge, you at least can have better controls around the whitelisting and blacklisting of the extensions and policies and all that through GPOs. But yeah. What was your first tier job before working in cybersecurity? That'd be MSP. I was working MSP for many years, if we're not counting the time I was working as Staples Easy Tech for a few years. Not a few years. I was only there like a year or so before I actually studied to become an electrician. Then decided after a few months of doing that, not even a few months, I think it was like close to a month or two, of being an electrician, realizing this ain't for me. And then I got back into tech, but I used those low voltage skills to at least help me out in my cybersecurity, my IT career, and my knowledge of grounding and bonding connections paid off a lot. In networking, you'd be surprised how many network issues come down to poor grounding, especially when you're talking about shielded networks in industrial factories near high voltage equipment or high current equipment, or medical settings where you're talking about MRI machines with the giant magnets and stuff like that. Yeah. I'm just disappointed that I'll lose Brave and such. Well, yeah. I mean, technically, if you have the rights, you can always install Brave and then install the cert if you have access to the cert. Like, at work we use Zscaler. Although, losing Brave inside of the workplace isn't the worst. What irks me more is that we have to use Chrome or Edge in terms of all that, and I'm getting barked at because I have an ad blocker on my thing, but I'm just going to go to the GRC team and say, is there a case for it? Is it overkill? Oh, there's There's a risk for everything. There's a risk for everything out there. That's why you have a GRC team with a risk registry that actually evaluates a lot of these things. And if you really don't know what the risks are of a lot of things, go out to your local cybersecurity networking groups and start interacting with a lot of people, and they'll open your mind into, these situations. Big question and possibly follow-up question. With automation and more people entering help desk role as their golden ticket, do you see pipelines changing? Yes and no. As everything changes, the more they stay the same, is the saying, or something like that. I see pipelines improving in the way... Now, are you talking about coding pipelines? Or are we talking about job pipelines? I just needed to catch myself there. So if we're talking about with automation, I think we're going to see, if we're talking about coding pipelines, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more AI and LLMs. I hate the term AI. It's so buzzwordy. It's really just an LLM to do investigations of code inside of a lot of these CI/CD pipelines. So like you have like snick.io, Veracode, things like that to do checks. I think there's going to be a lot more checks on the sanitizations of code. You're not really going to see, I think, it displacing people, but augmenting and enhancing the capabilities of people in IT and cyber. This is the argument that I had with a lot of people when it came to LLM. They always had these arguments of, we need to stop LLM and everything. And I said, look, you may not agree with it, but the cat's already out of the bag, and it's going to change. So you either learn these tools, or these tools will, or they'll be looking for someone to replace you that knows how to use these tools. That's the unfortunate reality of things. Even when it comes to my own cybersecurity, my own email security suite that I use for my own email for content creation, I'm using LLM on top of Microsoft. Machine learning. Let's be clear here. Not an LLM, but it's half a dozen the other. And it's analyzing my email, and I'm getting about a 95% true positive catch. You guys would not believe, even as just a little lowly TikTok creator, kind of weird saying that when I'm nearing 400,000 people on TikTok, and a small little Twitch and YouTube creator, how many phishing attempts I get per week. Like, I am getting fake invoices and all this. So I kind of understand how Linus Tech Tips got compromised, but at the same time, I don't. Because a lot of these attacks can be easily mitigated with just a smidgen of cybersecurity. And the tool I'm using, I know is way within his budget, because it only cost me $7 a month per seat. Now, of course, with something like him, I would probably, put in an entire IT team. Let's see, he's got, if I recall, about 100 employees. I would put at least 6 to 8 people there. But the problem is that would kill his flow. And yeah. But he's been compromised several times, so yeah. And I once had somebody say, he's never gonna, pay you. And my argument would be, can't afford me. Snick, that sounds interesting for AI security. We have a few AI things that are, well... Yeah, Snick is really interesting. I have that plugged into my GitHub, although I need to stay more on top of my GitHub. I haven't done much code tinkering and all that. I still have to enhance my automation for Twitch and Toot for my Mastodon Twitch poster to add Blue Sky. Haven't gotten around to checking that code that someone committed to it. Even though it's been there for a couple of months, I've just been busy. What I'll probably end up doing in the near future is I'll probably take like 2 or 3 days off of PTO, give myself a 5-day weekend, take the first day, just relax. The second day, probably end up being a stream. And then the third day would just be like chilling and tinkering and all that. So telemessage signal clone suspended services after reported hack. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I saw that happened. If you remember, what was it, yesterday? It's so weird now with this new streaming schedule because now it's Sunday, Monday, Wednesday that I'm doing. Yesterday, we had talked about telemessage, which essentially is a hair in my... How the hell did I get a dog hair? No, that's an eyelash. I thought it was a dog hair. Anyway, sorry, ADHD. We had telemessage, which is like a poor man's signal clone that apparently the Trump administration and other companies were using. And it was hilarious because they got compromised and pwned in a really bad way. Apparently, a lot of messages were sent out in clear message, and they just completely suspended their services. And I'm not going to lie, I kind of laughed. They're doing everything in the Trump administration to avoid accountability. And it's burning them up every which way. Because their concern is about hiding from accountability and auditability. And it keeps screwing them over. Because they don't have a proper identity and access management, or in the case of telemessage, it wasn't architected properly from the beginning. Now, the U.S. government has secure systems already. And the whole issue of secure cell phones was already solved when Barack Obama had the whole BarackBerry issue. Now, of course, it's not the same thing anymore, but the U.S. government has a secure phone and, and infrastructure and everything that you can utilize. They're embarrassing themselves. I would much rather a government administration be using the proper systems and be caught saying things they probably shouldn't be saying in a government system than I would be a government using a system they shouldn't be to be doing proper things. Does that make sense? Because the reality is, with telemessage, we don't know who has access to all of that data now. We don't know who has access to Signal if it were ever to be compromised. I'm not saying Signal is compromised. Signal is a great app and everything like that. But for, personal use, it's great. For enterprise, it has no access controls. For government, it especially has no access controls. This is Biden's economy when it's bad, Donald Trump's economy when it's good. Oh, yeah. And all we need, by the way, is 2 recessions of shrinking growth. Or, not really growth at that time. It's just shrinking. And we will officially be in a recession. 1 more quarter of bad numbers officially puts us in a recession. And I am really pissed off with Trump's tariffs because it's also putting a damper on my ability to tinker. Because a lot of the parts I was looking at getting from Meshtastic and ham radios and all that, they come from China. There's no way around it. If you're in this industry, you're in China. You're relying on China for a lot of stuff. We all know in tech, Shenzhen is the capital for tech stuff. Like, if you already are like, oh my god, Micro Center is amazing. The Micro Center of Micro Center is Huaosheng or whatever it is, Bay in Shenzhen, where they literally have mega skyscrapers with all these electronics. That's one place I want to go to. I want to literally just spend 2 or 3 weeks in China going to this place and just getting all sorts of various technology. SUSE Linux was my first. Oh, your first Linux was that? Nice. I haven't played with SUSE in a while. I know it's more popular in Europe. Good old Ubuntu was mine. Ubuntu didn't come around till like what? Mid-2000s? What if you love tech and get a tech job and you're not supposed to be happy? Are you not supposed to be happy? You can love tech, but hate your job. The reality is, a lot of people, this is a saying I tell people all the time. People don't leave jobs, they leave management. A lot of times when people are upset with their job, it's not necessarily the field they're in, it's the management they're dealing with. Remembered our new hire crying on the cafeteria after a week it was just starting. Yes, we all go through that. What do you think cybersecurity looks like in 10 years with evolution of AI? Who knows? It's hard to predict what's going to be in 5 years, let alone 10 years. Just go along for the ride. Look, I've been in the field a little over 10 years now. If I were to look back in my 20s and think what cybersecurity would be in 10 years, LLMs and AI would have never come to mind. Just as a small example. Hell, I even was like using Linux 10 years ago, and I didn't even think gaming on Linux would be as viable as it is today. I never thought Microsoft would have Windows subsystem for Linux. Or have Type 1 hypervisors be accessible as they are. It's really hard to predict where cybersecurity is going to be in 10 years because a lot of times we don't even know where it's going to be in 1 year. Things come in all the time that radically shift our idea. Gaming is a thing in Linux? Absolutely. Have you heard of this thing called the Steam Deck? Valve makes a whole bunch of stuff to make gaming on Linux work. In fact, in a little bit here, we will be switching to Oblivion Remastered, which I've been playing for a few weeks now. Couple weeks. Yeah, I got Steam right there. Hold on, I'm launching it. I forgot to click the button. Yeah. Gaming on Linux is a thing. See all these games? I've played almost all of these on Linux. But yeah. We'll be playing that a little bit. Okay, thanks. I'm disappointed in Illusion. Okay, we already talked about that. I thought perhaps it was to prevent phishing, but there is a better solution. No, it's not really phishing per se. Well, it's more about managing the applications and putting it down to a registered, not registered, an approved applications list. Does updating Steam still uninstall your OS? Are you running in, talking about the thing that Linus did where he, he installed Steam and then it broke everything? You know what the fatal flaw was with that? No, it doesn't have that issue, but do you know what the fatal flaw was? What do you do on Windows, Mac, and Linux before you do anything? What's the one thing you're supposed to do? Update your operating system. Install patches. Like, seriously, that's the one thing you're supposed to do before you do anything. You install your OS, you get your patches, then you run off to the races and you install all your applications. But because he didn't do that, he broke his operating system. I've never in my entirety of using Linux had Steam break my OS. And yes, they did patch that issue too. But if you don't patch your things beforehand, things break. Let's see. I actually just got a new invitation to a cybersecurity summit. It's like next week. Nice. Hope that works out well for you. I don't know which one it is, obviously, but it's a great place to network and go meet people and everything like that. Um, yeah, we talked about Snick. What's up, Robert Jelly? How's it going? Sorry, I'm just catching up with chat. Shenzhen and Guangzhou are awesome. Yes, they are. Good tech deals are already less common. Oh, yeah, they absolutely are with the tariffs and everything. I'm not trying to make this political. It's unfortunately the reality of tech and everything. And if you work in cybersecurity, you can't avoid politics because a lot of our job has to deal with compliance. And compliance means knowing laws. And knowing laws means often getting political. What do you think about the CISSP course? Is it technical? It's not as technical as a vendor certification. You have to understand that CISSP is a vendor agnostic certification. It's about teaching concepts and things like that. So, like, it's not nearly as technical as, like, say, a WatchGuard, a Windows, a Linux, a Cisco, or Zscaler, or any cert specific on a technology, but rather to teach a lot of the concepts around it. CISSP is definitely geared more towards senior level people. It is a multiple choice, um, uh, um, computer automated or whatever CAT test. I think there's value to having it, but I would say most of that value can come from if your employer is such as willing to pay for it. The only reason I went for my CISSP is my employer was willing to pay for it. It took a lot of studying. Now I'm going for my CCSP again because my employer is willing to pay for it. And the CISSP prepared me for the CCSP so much because reading through it, I'm like, oh my God, like 70-80% of the material I already know. And the textbook is like 60% the size. It's so much smaller. It's boring jobs. Oh, boring, you probably mean. Joined on Twitch, as that seems to be where we are all at. Yeah, pretty much. Just set up a custom build of Debian Bookworm tonight and mucking about with it. Nice. Happy hacking, buddy. Enjoy that. What was the last new thing, cybersecurity thing that you learned that got you really excited? Cybersecurity specific thing that I learned. The last thing that got me excited was getting into radio a few months ago. That's a good question. Oh, the last thing that really I got excited for, this has been a while, playing with Tenable and CrowdStrike through the API. Because then I could do some really fun automations with Python. It's simplified my job so much. And the funny part is, because I'm one of the few in my work that at least has a rudimentary knowledge of Python to be able to muck about with things, I keep making little tools to just simplify my life. I made a tool the other day because our devices kept getting into RFM, reduced functionality mode. It happens. And sometimes a restart of the machine doesn't fix it. So we were getting like 100, 200 machines sometimes that needed to be reinstalled. And then I'd have to send the ticket out to service desk to reinstall, and they'd hit me up. And they'd get a list of all the machines that, we couldn't get fixed with a reboot. So sometimes it'd like come down to a dozen or 24 machines. And then instead of going and manually grabbing the key, which would take me 20 or 30 minutes, I just generated an API key temporarily with the scope I needed to create the maintenance token, print it out into a CSV, and then I would send that over to them in Teams. Then I would kill the API key, and then once they acknowledge they have the file, I'd nuke that on Teams. So it simplified my life and turned what used to be a 30 to 45 minute operation into about a 1 minute task. So, yeah, automation for the win. My rule of thumb is learn how to do any project. Hey, thank you for the follow, beef with feet. That's an interesting name. But yeah, I would have to tell anyone to be efficient with your job. And I know like some people may have issues with vibe coding. If you're not familiar with that, that's people that are using LLMs to generate code and everything. There's nothing wrong with it as long as you're not fully trusting it. Never fully trust an LLM. Always learn how to do a lot of these things yourself, but I use it at least to create, I guess you could say, a scaffolding, because I know what I'm looking for. But a lot of times it'll be easier for it to pump it out what I know I'm looking for in the format and everything and debug what I'm trying to do than it is to manually figure out that script. Went ahead and bought a powerful NUC, extra RAM, and NVMe sticks in April. Yeah, you gotta stock up on your tech stuff if you wanna be able to tinker with stuff. Luckily, I got a collection of Raspberry Pis and spare computers and all that for that reason. How has Meshtastic overlapped with cybersecurity for you so far? Aha! So, user that came in talking about the Spain blackout, I see you at the bottom. This kind of overlaps with your question. So, we have a location. It's an international company we work for. I work for. And one of the locations is in Spain, Portugal, location, both. Anyway, so our business continuity guy, I got to talk to one of the directors, and I literally had my Meshtastic device with me because I'm that guy. And I was just showing him. I don't have it with me right now. It's upstairs charging. I showed him it, and they're actually really interested in it because legally speaking, you can use Meshtastic for business uses, whereas you cannot for ham. And of course, because it has AES 256 as an option with pre-shared keys, that is something they're potentially looking at as an option, because they were also looking at like sat phones and things like that for in case situations like this happen. Yeah, it was really interesting dealing with that and literally seeing Spain and Lisbon and not Lisbon, Porto, one of those places. One of the places in Portugal. Throw up all the alarms. The networking guys just shut off pager duty. Because yeah, it was happening. And of course they're prioritizing fuel for the generators to go to hospitals. Rightfully so. So, yeah, the Spain power grid thing was just weather, which is why y'all should be looking out for my next YouTube video, which is going to actually be talking about situations like this and how you can better prepare for, communications when things go bad. We'll be talking about ham radio, GMRS, Meshtastic, MERS. I think I forgot a couple other things, but it's in the video. I just recorded it Saturday. I haven't gotten around to editing it, but there'll be a YouTube video coming out. I really do think that people should get into ham and amateur radio as a whole because, especially if you're getting into networking and IT, cybersecurity, you learn about signal propagation so well. Like, honestly, I'm of the opinion that if you're getting into networking, you should learn amateur radio because it will better to understand how signal propagates and how you can connect to different things and understand radios overall for Wi-Fi. Totally worth it. But yeah, the Spain-Portugal thing was totally weather-related, from what they're saying. And the majority of people that I knew that were still in contact with all people there in an emergency situation were using systems like Meshtastic or were ham radio operators. Because a lot of those handheld transceivers you get, those batteries can last a couple of days. So if you have a couple of batteries, you can easily swap out and still, do your thing. What's everyone's thoughts on Conky Manager? Haven't played with it. Alright, building a new computer and I'm thinking of going to Linux for the first time. I've heard Mint is friendly for beginners. There's a few beginner distros that I think are okay. I use Pop OS, and even though I'm an advanced user, I think it's still very beginner friendly. It's a little bit more polished. Linux Mint is built off the same thing. I think Linux Mint is Debian, though. But either way, Pop OS is a fork of Ubuntu, which is a fork of Debian, so they share a sibling, basically, upstream. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily a hater of Linux Mint. I just think that it gets people into some behaviors where, you know, look, the Windows user experience and user interface is not the greatest. One of the greatest things about Linux is you get to experiment, tinker, and try new things. I think the GUI on Pop! OS is just a little bit better, but I don't think Linux Mint is going to be the worst thing. But if you're doing gaming, I do have to say System 76 does a little bit better testing and validation, especially if you're using NVIDIA drivers. If you have an NVIDIA GPU, not saying it can't work with Linux Mint, but I'm saying it's a little bit better with Pop! OS in my experience. I just started Linux and decided to do Arch. Why? Why do people just jump straight into Arch if you don't know anything about Linux? That's like going to the gym for the first time, throwing on every single plate on the bench press that you can find, and thinking you can bench press. You gotta work your way up. Are NVIDIA GPUs really a hassle for Linux gaming, or are the complaints overblown? Absolutely overblown. I have an NVIDIA 3070 in here. I game on an NVIDIA GPU. I've been gaming on NVIDIA GPU for years. In my head, it was a good idea. Well, you know, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. What Linux OS are you using? I'm using Pop! OS. Tips on how to get an offer from a company getting intern for starting next month. Cyber intern Optum. Home labbing, tinkering. I talk about this in a few pieces of my content. Make a blog. Make a blog. Document your tech journey. What you're doing. Put yourself out there. Put the blog on your resume. Make a GitHub. Put that GitHub on the resume. God, I covered a lot of this better in my videos, but brain no worky today. Stock up on adult juice from Portugal because tariffs. But yeah, basically a good part is show your work, network, go out and meet people too. But if you're talking about in a month, you know, the best thing is show that you're capable of doing the things and put yourself out there. The reality is, a lot of people get it in their heads wrongfully. Hey, if I go to college, if I get all these pieces of paper, it'll make me stand out. To HR, it will. Not necessarily to your hiring manager and the team you're going to work with. They're going to want to see that you can be inquisitive, you're curious, you can tinker, you can think. Anyone can pass a test, but not many people can think. And that's important. Even if your conclusions may be wrong sometimes, it's better to learn from failure than just knowing the answer from passing a test. But the passing a test isn't going to always account for every single scenario that you can actually come across. I have a PowerEdge 730 XD and multiple Raspberry Pis. What would you put on a Pi instead of running on a server like that? A lot of things that are low power and don't really need to do a lot of hits. Like my Twitch bot. My Twitch bot that pulls when I'm live on Twitch and then posts to Mastodon when I'm live, which will soon have Blue Sky capability. Perfect example. You know, like little bots that don't need to do much in the way of processing power. A PowerEdge would be great for something like you're running a sim, like a Wazza or Grafana dashboards. Like, I'm going to be getting a little server to do my Grafana dashboards in the near future. I have a lot of projects that I want to do. I want to rebuild my Grafana dashboards so that way I can pull in my pfSense over Telegraph, and then I can actually feed in to a Prometheus database all of my Unify switch content. So my switches, my access points, all of that can be pulled in, and then have it do a speed test every 30 minutes or so. that actually be good to run again on the Raspberry Pi or something like that, and then feed that in. Because every time I did that, running a Grafana dashboard with the databases and everything to make myself kind of a sim, I would kill my SBCs. They needed a lot of memory. Well, not a lot, but like at least 16 gigabytes of memory for a lot of those things. So if it's things that are not very much in the way of needing CPU and or memory, I would probably shift that to a Raspberry Pi. Save yourself a little bit of power cost. They used Ham Radio to contact ISS. It's great. Oh, yeah. It's fun. I haven't done it myself, but I know some friends who have. Eventually, I'll set my house up so I can contact the ISS and talk to some of the astronauts in space. It's going to be a cool experience, I think. Especially if I start getting into satellite telemetry and start pulling in images from the weather satellites directly. That'll be really cool to like understand meteorology and how they can do it. And if I can do like an amateur meteorologist kind of thing, that'd be fun. That and getting back into ADSB and UAT so I can track planes better. Hey, Chief, just finished a project on OSPF and BGP security. What do you think one could learn next? So, Beef, if you're really interested in a lot of different projects out there, if you're in my Discord server, if you're not, you should join it. There's quite a few of us in cybersecurity at various different levels and tech and all that other stuff. So if you go to the general chat, I have a few posts that are pinned. One of those is about a 600-page PDF that one of the members of the server shared with all sorts of home labs and learning concepts and everything. It's a nice treasure trove of learning tons of different concepts. And all you got to do, join the Discord server. No charge. And it's a great community. So I would definitely check that out if you're really interested. Like Linux Mint is great, so is Pop OS. It is. I just prefer Pop OS personally. Geeked up playing Xbox all day. Man, I haven't played Xbox in a minute. I actually gave my Xbox One to my best friend who was going through divorce, and she took everything. And it was like, I literally have nothing to do when I go home. And I was like, dude, take this Xbox. I've only like put 20 hours on it. Just take it. Because like he had a TV but nothing to hook it up to. And I'm like, dude, this Xbox is literally just sitting there doing nothing. Take it. Here's a controller. Have a good day. I play on PC anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. How do you feel about Parrot OS for intrusive OSINT? I mean, I like Parrot OS much better than Kali for a daily driver. It's a lot of the same tools as Kali has, so I think it's great, especially if you're installing it on a laptop you're planning to install that. Actually, what I'm doing with this little laptop over here, I'm going to get Parrot OS reinstalled on here. I've had it on and off here for a year or so. And then what I will be doing is once I go for the OSCP, I think this will be my trainer little laptop. Because Kali, Parrot OS basically use a lot of the same tools and do all that. Arch Linux, I don't drown, friend. Sink or swim. What is the idiot explanation of the difference between Linux and Microsoft to a first-time user? Well, Linux is completely open source, so whereas Microsoft tells you how to think and how to use your computer, Linux just says, here's your computer. Do whatever the hell you want with it. It's your machine. You want to nuke your entire operating system? So be it. You have the power. You're a god. Microsoft treats you like a little child, and so does Mac OS in many regards as well. I think, and Linux just lets you do anything you want with your system. And you don't necessarily need to know command line or terminal, as some people refer to it, like as a lot of people do. You don't have to be in it as much as you used to, but it's still very valuable to, I think, learn. The other thing is that you get to fight against the Microsoft monopoly. You get to use your computer the way you want it. You don't like how your graphical user interface looks? Change it. Install a whole different one. It's your computer. Do whatever you want with it. You're not at the you're not at the mercy of some oligarchical, monopolistic corporation that tells you how to use your machine. It's your box. Do whatever you want. Plus, unlike Windows, Linux doesn't slow down over time. In fact, I would make the argument your Linux computer may actually get faster over time. Not always, but you'll often find there are patches that are installed in your machine and they're like, hey, we found a way to make it a little bit more optimized. And you'll notice your computer can get a little bit faster. Everyone has the same problem with Windows. You buy your computer, then 3, 4, 5 years in, it's so slow. But I can take this tiny little netbook here. I used to use this as one of my Bitcoin wallets back in the day before hardware wallets exist. I could install Linux on this still. Not a powerful device by any means. I think this has like an Intel Pentium or Celeron in here. It's a old laptop. But I can still run Linux on this. I could still put a relatively modern distribution on here and be able to use this computer. Of course, I won't be able to play video games and stuff like that, but I could use this. And a lot of people right now are like, my computer is not old, but Windows 11 won't work with it. You don't have that issue. You have the power to do whatever you want. You have the choice to do whatever you want. You don't have to work within the confines of what Microsoft says you are allowed to do. And you don't have all the bloat that Microsoft has out the box. So that's what I'd say is the easy explanation, even though it's a little bit of a rant and a tangent. But I think y'all can understand. Tell me if I'm wrong. That's a pretty, not tech person friendly way to explain things. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, tell me. I didn't know DNS over HTTPS was a thing. Oh, it's been a thing for years. Cloudflare uses an app people can install on Windows, Cloudflare Warp. Yeah, but I'm not a big fan of Cloudflare Warp. Well, I'm not going to say, like, I hate it. The issue with Cloudflare Warp is that it only takes your connection all the way up to their edge. And then at that point, out the Cloudflare side. And you can't control the endpoints that it's hitting with Cloudflare Warp. I think it has its purpose, but I think Cloudflare Warp is better packaged inside of Cloudflare's Zero Trust network access system. But most of y'all aren't touching that. Not unless you're in an enterprise. And even then, if you're looking at a Zero Trust network access system, I'm telling you to go use Zscaler. And some people are probably like getting PTSD, 1,000-yard stares. Zscaler ain't that bad. It's actually probably one of the better ones. I think one of the only better rated ones is like Palo Alto, but you're going to have to make it rain money compared to Zscaler. But yeah, DNS over HTTPS is definitely a thing. I use DNS over TLS. It does relatively the same thing. However, DNS over TLS, if I'm not mistaken, is port... I have to look this up. One is 443 and one is 853. DNS over TLS, la 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 la. Yeah. DNS over TLS is port 853, and then you have DNS over HTTPS. DNS over HTTPS can be inspected in corporate environments to be in compliance a lot easier. So a lot of businesses may look at using DNS over HTTPS, if anything. Whereas DNS over TLS, I prefer. I have my pfSense doing it. So I'm using DNS over TLS to Quad9, which is my preferred DNS provider. But I do have Cloudflare and Google DNS as failover. So my primary is Quad 9, then my secondary is Cloudflare, then my tertiary is Google DNS. Although it's never kicked down to secondary, and I have 6 different DNS servers in there. So Quad 9, Cloudflare, Cloudflare, Google, Google. But yeah, it's interesting to play with. Now, fundamentally, DNS and over TLS and DNS over HTTPS do the exact same things. They help protect your DNS traffic from being sniffed, because otherwise it goes over port 53 with DNS, if I recall correctly, and then your ISP could actually inspect your traffic. Well, at least where you're not inspect your traffic, but inspect what websites you're trying to resolve to. Did you see the cyber attack against GlobalX? I have not. CCNA or Net Plus? Well, if you're working in a Cisco environment, CCNA. If you're trying to get something that is vendor agnostic, Net Plus. I think one of the most common mistakes a lot of people make is that they think they need a CCNA, but that will box you into working with companies that primarily work with Cisco, and not everyone uses Cisco in the networking world anymore. Because now you have your Junipers, your Palo Altos, your Arubas, and things like that. So I would argue, get the Net Plus, then figure out which environment you want to work in more. How's Linux Kali? What do you mean, how's Linux? Kali Linux. It's more if you're running it in a virtual machine for your pen testing or off a flash drive. If you're doing a daily driver, Parrot OS is the one I recommend for cybersecurity tools and all that stuff. But yeah, that's generally where my stance is with things. I'm not saying don't learn Kali. I'm saying you're better off if you want a daily, use Parrot OS. You'll have a lot of the same tool sets and everything. Almost all of it's the same, but Parrot OS is designed as a daily operating system. So you can literally get Parrot OS without all the cybersecurity tools and just use it as a Linux distro, because it is a pretty operating system. I'm not gonna lie, it is very aesthetically pleasing, especially with the terminal they have in there. But you could have all the ethical hacking tools in there, and then just use that as a daily driver and anything. Could find any equivalent to Snort, IPS, or IDS for Windows. Well, you couldn't? Oh, you couldn't. Yeah, because the reality is that Windows networking stack is horrible. It is horrible. Now, I prefer FreeBSD for my firewalls because it uses PF, which is a way to process and filter everything a little bit better than IP tables and NetFilter and Linux. And Linux and FreeBSD, because they are Unix-based, were designed for networking from the ground up. Windows was never designed for the internet. To prove my point, and you can all look this up, when Windows 95 came out, it was the first Windows operating system that had TCP/IP built in. The exact quote, I may not be getting this, exactly correct, but you can look this up, from Steve Ballmer, when getting bombarded with people requesting TCP/IP being added into Windows. Add whatever the hell this TCP/IP thing is so people can stop bothering me. Because prior to Windows 95, you had to install a third-party app called Trumpet to be able to do TCP/IP networking in Windows 3.1 and such. Windows was never designed to have networking enabled. It didn't really become a overall common feature inside of Windows until the start of Windows 95, really becoming a little bit more refined in Windows NT/Windows 2000. XP is, of course, the successor to that, but a lot of the networking stack inside of Windows has more or less remained the same. And IDS and IPS, in terms of Snort, Certicata, anything like that, those have stayed more in, the Unix-like land. So, yeah, you're not going to find anything like that for Windows. The best you may get is like an EDR. for Windows, an endpoint detection and response. But that's a totally different class of system than an IDS/IPS, intrusion detection and intrusion prevention system. So, that's my 2 cents on that matter. Let's get Pipewire reset over here so we can kick in. Go to Cyrodiil. Okay, so we got the script running over there. Let's do a little bit of an audio test over here. Make sure the audio's piping in.
Front, left.
Okay. We got the audio working. I always like to do that test because it's always awkward when people are like, you know, the sound's not working on your computer. Only to realize I didn't do the thing. And we can still talk tech and everything while we're doing all this. What distro? I'm using Pop! OS Linux. That's my go-to Linux. So far, we're a little over 10 hours into this game. Although there's still optimization issues with Oblivion. Like, it stutters after a while, so if it starts stuttering again, we're just going to have to end up saving the game and relaunching it. That's been the only way that I figured out to, you know, get that to stop. And it's not my machine, because a lot of people have been having the same issue with systems that are way more powerful than mine. And I'm running a 5950X, an NVIDIA 3070, and 64 gigs of RAM. Alright, so if I remember, we just leveled up when we last left off. Yep, we're almost going to hit level 14. We're just kind of messing around, leveling up my dude. I still haven't done much in the way of mods for this game because the modding scene is still very immature for Oblivion Remastered. But eventually we'll get some mods. We're mainly just killing time until the new Doom comes out. I have the new Doom reserved. Doom historically has always worked on Linux, so there's never a question that it will work. As you can see, the optimizations I've done with the Unreal Engine, they're working quite well. But, yeah. It will start stuttering in like an hour or two, I've noticed. So why am I so heavy? It's heavy, man. Heavy. So that's 21 pounds of jazz. My game keeps crashing and saying, like, fidelity breach or something on load screens. It's not all the time. What game? Oblivion or something else? Aha! It's these restore fatigues. Okay. Yeah, I can get rid of those restore fatigues.
They say syndicates of wizards have led a boycott of imperial goods.
Oblivion, the remastered. I wonder what's causing that for you. Frame generation or something? Don't know. What's your distribution?
I have a look around. You won't find better prices than all Tamriel.
All right. Oof. Okay, that lightened my load quite a bit.
That's more than I... That's a good deal.
My game's not modded or anything. It's just randomly crashing on loading screens. Yeah, my game crashed a little bit in the beginning as well, but I haven't had a crash since. See you later, Rana. Ranani? However you pronounce that. Not trying to be rude.
That's more than I'd use
I just couldn't figure it out. Keep a couple of these. No, we're not going to sell that. What am I at? 380? Okay.
Thank you for your business. Goodbye.
All right, let's see. Yeah, eventually I'll start modding this game a little bit more, but I think they need to do some more optimizations to the
Books.
Unreal Engine in
The
here.
only place in a city to find them.
Okay, what quest did we have me going after? I should head towards Hircine's Shrine.
You have my ear, citizen.
I'm not trying to get your ear. I'm trying to get your dick.
Greetings to you.
I know I say this every stream, but as much as I like Oblivion compared to Skyrim, I still like Morrowind better than Oblivion and Skyrim.
What is it, citizen?
My alchemy is at least doing pretty well.
Hello.
Thought I heard a Nirnroot. I may have just been hearing things. AMD Ryzen 6700 XT, 5600X, and 16 gigs of RAM. I wonder if you just don't have enough RAM. Yes, this is Linux. It literally says that.
You have my ear, citizen.
Oh, I think I was heading there before, and then I went ADHD and I went into a dungeon, and I killed a bunch of goblins. I'm using Pop OS. I increased my acrobatics. Woo! See, at least the optimizations are working well outdoors. That was a huge problem when I started playing this game. But it'll start getting derpy in about an hour or two. I think it has something to do with, like, it's holding on to, like, cached files or something. Not entirely sure. But I'm sure somebody's going to figure out all the proper optimizations in due time. Ha! See, I'm getting my skills back. AMD Fidelity DX12 is crashing or something, but yeah, it could be RAM. I'd look into that. Have you tried Googling that error? I don't have an AMD GPU, so I don't really know too much about, like, their specific errors. On the road again. I can't wait to be on the road again. I can't remember if it slowed you down in this game or if that was an added mechanic. You know what's nice about this game? The guards don't repeatedly tell you about, I used to be an adventurer like you, till I took an arrow to the knee. Like, I get it. That is a running meme, but after a while, that joke got old. Ooh, clams! I already take these clams. My clams. Yeah, people are saying that it's because of mods, since they put them in alphabetical, but my game's not. People are saying it's a Discord overlay. How would it be a Discord overlay? I don't think I do Discord overlays. Oh, you're talking about you. Yeah, I was talking about my little performance issues after about an hour or so. Fatback Cave. Yeah, I think I already hit that cave. Yeah, I hit this cave. Hey, look at that! Got a neon root. Oh, you think you can take me on? Rock. Dude. I let you out right before the stream, buddy. You're a little attention whore, you know that? What do you want? Oh, you just want to be near me? There's something about uninstalling DDU. I thought DDU is a mod. I could be wrong. Ooh, a peony. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Your presence here will not be tolerated.
Oh, you think you can take me on? Bring it, bitch! That's right. Don't start nothing, there won't be something. Your role in cybersecurity? Hey. I hate your scamp. Nanny nanny boo boo, you can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man.
You're pathetic.
Nah,
Just warming up.
your aiming is. I just got your minion. You gonna call another one? I draw power from the well. I have the power! What difficulty am I on? That's a good question. I don't think I tweaked the difficulty. Just adept, medium. I like to enjoy my games. How'd you get to your current job, like certifications and stuff? I actually only got my first cert after being in the field, like, about a decade. My first cert is CISSP. I've just had a decade of, MSP work and, home labbing and tinkering. I've been officially in this role for, like, 2 years. I feel like one below that is way too easy, and I kind of hate how the level scaling is. So there are some mods to fix that. Because I do agree, like, the scaling is not that great. The item scaling isn't that much better either. How did you learn all your skills? Through MSP work and home labbing and just getting curious about tinkering with lots of different ideas and concepts. Like, I put my nose to the grindstone to the point, like, people are like, how do you learn Linux? Well, you just live in it. Seriously, all the years I've been doing Linux and forcing myself to game on it are what helped me. Go back to oblivion, you bastard! Look, I can do this all day. Get over here, you bastard. Yeah, see? Knock you out. Seems like I woke up the whole nest of baddies. Okay, so that was not summoned. That was here. This gate is opened remotely. Sneak attack! That's some bull. You got a hole? I should be able to go wing! But no! Return with another question. So I use ChatGPT to try to resize my Linux desktop, Linux Ubuntu dual boot. I want to make it bigger. ChatGPT is talking about how the free space must be near my partition. Yeah, so, you must have contiguous free space for you to expand it. So if you have it used up in between, that's going to be an issue. No problem. I'll just shoot you in the face. No, this is the part where I just shot you in the face and you die. Is there a preferred GPU when using Linux? Not really. I use NVIDIA. Some people like AMD because the GPU is, got the drivers built in. Wait, I just took a weapon I didn't need to. Yep, silver dagger. I don't need you. I like the lockpicking better in Oblivion. It's my favorite lockpicking mechanism. Skyrim felt dumb. And then you had, what's it? That's an apprentice mortar and pestle. Yeah, I'm leveling up all my shiz for the alchemy. How do I decide which version of Linux is right for me? You play with them. I use Pop! OS because I played with a few over the years, and I kind of like the Mac-like layout and the fact that the drivers just kind of work with it, and System 76 does a great job of optimizing it and tweaking with it. There's Fedora, there's Linux Mint, which I've had my words about how I feel like it keeps Windows users in bad habits. Get that Stoon. I'm about to sell some of these Stoons. Yeah, that's right. This bitch is on fire. That ass is on fire. Oh no. I'm in danger. Wait, is my sneak that good? Where you running?
Who's there?
Where'd you come from? Opinions on Discord IPO. You know I hate and refuse to use Discord for the most part. Companies make money. Companies want to make more money. IPOs help them make even more money. Now, if you're really that distasteful of an IPO, you can always...
Making me jump.
Oh, you got a Dremora! You must be a higher level conjurer. At least you brought me a little bit of a challenge. Okay, so I need to get... Let's take one of these restore healths. And then... Oh, that's a good restore fatigue. Ooh, I'll take your staff, though. You know you want to hit me. Oh. Your spell ran out, dude. And so did your luck. Oh, he hit me with an over-encumbrance spell. I'm gonna take that dagger, though. Okay, so in terms of the whole Discord thing, there is Matrix, which I do have a Matrix server for, if you don't necessarily like Discord. Ooh, he's candy. My problem is, in the middle of all that, you know, adrenaline going, I kind of lost track of where the hell I was. Why'd you do that? Ooh. Still got some more exploring in here to do. Okay, so I've been here before. Oh, back at the beginning. Wait, am I? I'ma take that stone.
Well, well, look who we've got here.
I'm gonna pick this lock. And I'm gonna stab you. I'm leveling up all the things. Your bound little war axe ain't gonna help you. Like I said, ain't gonna help you. I don't know much about the alternatives. Heard TeamSpeak is good now. Man, I can't believe TeamSpeak is still around. I mean, it's an option. Matrix Protocol is really cool. It's decentralized and federated chat. I've been using it for a few months. I have my own Matrix server set up. I'm gonna take your potion. Let's see, where am I at? Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there on leveling. Okay, okay. Let's do a quick save so we don't lose our progress. I have not played with TeamSpeak in years, though. Hey, we got another chest. Always down for decentralized federated services. Blue Sky is decent, too. Blue Sky is decent, but it's not as decentralized as people think. We'll meet in the middle. I'm gonna stab you in the fiery chest plate. Eventually, I'll set up my own Blue Sky PDS. I just haven't gotten around to it because I'm waiting for them to do the API so that we can, what's the word? Do multi-factor authentication properly. I've only been complaining about it, along with a lot of other cybersecurity people, for, like, so long. Oh, you want me to stab you, too? Let's get to the stabbing! Ah! Should've let your Jamora do the fighting for you. At least you'd have a chance, but no. See what I mean? I'll take your Dwarven Dagger, though. TeamSpeak is something similar, self-hosted on the main server, not federated, though. Well, yeah, because it's like an older app, if I recall. TeamSpeak has been around for God knows how long. Have you ever looked into the history of Discord? Because it's kind of interesting, because, like, it originally was designed for, like, chat in a video game, and then it kind of outgrew its whole thing, original purpose, and then, yeah. Normally, I'm more sneaky. But right now, I'm kind of in a get-to-the-stabbing kind of mood. I was like, something just happened. And I'm like, no, it's the traps up there. Done a lot of work. It was shilling it on the pod recently, and it was impressive. Oh, okay. But yeah, they need to actually have OAuth in there so I can do MFA properly, because, like, there's several hundred people commenting on the GitHub about how they want MFA in there for 2 years. Oh, what? What did... Shilling what? TeamSpeak? Linus Tech Tips? eh. Here's the honest truth, and I'm not trying to sound like a dick. I take Linus's opinions with a very, very small grain of salt. It's one of those things where I grew up and I did learn quite a bit from him in terms of tech and everything when I started my career. But then you kind of get into your career and you kind of realize he hasn't grown much in his career. Why do you do that? I've certainly outscaled him, but he's fun. Technically, I'm still subscribed to him, but I don't really watch his content because a lot of it feels like he's just trying to do things just to get people to watch things, but it's like there's not much value anymore. Like, what was the most recent video I happened to see from him was, I installed every antivirus at one time and had it run, and I'm like, why? This is Oblivion. The new Oblivion remastered. Oh, that reliquary is empty. Okay, we're gonna go to my map so I can see where the hell I am. Okay, so we need to cross the bridge over here. Uh, huh. I just watch his podcast, treat it like a news show, like Level 1 Techs. Oh, I watch Level 1 Techs, and maybe not all the time, but that's mostly because I don't have the time. But I totally respect Wendell. The honest truth is Wendell, and I've been watching him since, what's his face? The Tech Syndicate. He used to be on the Tech Syndicate, and they had a fallout. And I really respect Wendell. He's a big reason why I make the content that I do. And Wendell's taught me a lot of stuff. That is one dude that if I ever get to meet, I'd like to shake his hand and give him a high five. Trying to get out of this room, but there's poison. Wendell voted for some reason for Trump, apparently. Well, I'm betting he's regretting that. Most of the people I know that voted for Trump are starting to regret that.
I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
Really? That must have been a big-ass mud crab. You healed yourself.
Warming up, you pathetic worm.
Oh, you're warming up? To be in oblivion. A mace of enfeeblement. I'll take all these items. That's actually a decent chest for once. View from outside America. Trump kind of saved our political system. Yeah, that was interesting. Like I was telling people, not on the stream or anything, in the grand scheme, hear me out before you say this. I swear to God, somebody's going to clip this and take me out of context. Trump helped out America immensely and the rest of the world because we were sinking into some real extremism. And come midterms, I really think it's going to be like this huge course correction that it actually has a lot of people waking up to. No, these are really dumb ideas that are actually going to really hurt our economy and America as a whole. So it's not that Trump is making America better, but Trump is waking people up to realize these idiotic ideas really do hurt. That I think at least the next generation of people are going to wake up and be like, oh, we're going to have to remember all these times and how bad they were. Right-wing Brits just dominated the British midterms, maybe not. Well, nobody's ever accused the British of, being ultimately that smart. Their politics are as crooked as their teeth. Wait, did Britain just have elections? Because I know Canada did. I wasn't paying attention to them. Yeah, they had elections. 600 seats to reform, and Australia just had our primary election, too. Oh, yeah. Guess y'all did. I guess this is it for the dungeon. I guess we gotta run back to town. I think we'll come down to policy as the person after Trump runs with. Without big changes to status quo, not much will be done. I can agree with that. I think the other big issue is that Democrats have shot themselves in the foot, and they can't run entirely. I'm speaking about American politics right now, obviously. But they can't run entirely on Trump is bad. They need to actually learn to connect with people. Somehow Republicans made people vote against their interest with messaging and everything like that. And Democrats have no one to blame but themselves, because the reality is, if they had actually just listened to the people instead of thrusting upon politicians that they think we should have, like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, we wouldn't be in this mess. I told people all the time, like, I'm not necessarily a Bernie bro. I don't completely agree with Bernie Sanders or anything. But if the Democrats didn't do the whole superdelegate BS and have their arrogant elitism show, we wouldn't have had Donald Trump in the first place, because Bernie Sanders would have won in 2016. And this is what pisses me off with a lot of people. They're like, we could have voted for Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton was a bad choice just as much, and for many different reasons as well. The honest truth is, yes, she is technically better than Trump, but not by much. She had the whole email server. She didn't keep herself accountable to the email server and all the issues as well. She was a huge war hawk as well, and that was a huge issue. And then after Hillary Clinton, what did we have? Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't the best choice either. Now, Kamala Harris was probably the first candidate in a while that kept telling me that I actually convinced me to vote for a Democrat. Disclaimer, normally I vote Libertarian, not because I'm the crazy Libertarian, but because I liked Gary Johnson and Joe Jorgensen. I genuinely liked them as candidates. And that's the thing a lot of people need to understand. My generation and the younger generation, we won't vote for the lesser of two evils. We've seen how that screwed us over. We had the lesser of two evils result in what? The financial crash, and then Obama didn't hold a lot of those industries accountable as much as bad, not as decent as Obama was. That was an issue in and of itself, and that came after the Bush era. And McCain wasn't going to be much better. Romney wasn't going to be much better. You know, so it's one of those, like, we're so stuck with, yeah. I actually liked Kamala. I didn't like Chase Oliver in the Libertarian Party, which is why I voted for Kamala. I actually liked her. Did I agree with her completely? No. But
I'm sure there's something to see.
I think she was a worthwhile choice.
That seems a fair price.
Obama basically handed the reins to BlackRock, which has been catastrophic. Yes. Like, don't get me wrong. Obama was the type of candidate I'd love to sit down and have a beer with, but you need to have more than just that. Ooh, dwarven arrows.
I let that go too cheaply. Thank you for your... Be seeing you.
Superpowered private equity has been a debilitating force. I absolutely agree. So where I live, I did a search on all the properties around me. There are so many properties that are owned by companies. And I had to get so many in trouble because one of them I caught was illegally dumping in the alleyway. Almost made me end up getting a ticket. And this happened 3 different times. And it was the same different problematic company. Not going to name names because that would expose me. But yeah, I don't like a lot of these companies owning properties. I really think, and this is a guy that is a little bit more libertarian leaning. I do believe there needs to be safety nets and protections. There needs to be limitations on how many different companies can own different properties in an area. The Obama Anthony Bourdain photo is too good. Absolutely.
What is it, citizen?
I'm upset that we lost Anthony Bourdain.
What seems to be the... He's that... Move along.
All right, let's go back to start of our lead. What level am I? I'm close to a level 14. Yeah, Anthony Bourdain was a gem that spoke his damn mind. And he's an inspiration to also why I talk the way I do, where it's like, I don't give a damn. But I try to at least be a little bit more eloquent in my speaking. But he also taught, you can be, you can have a nice vocabulary, but you can also tell people to F off. Ooh, monk's hood. Ooh, piece of candy. 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 What is that? Is that just a rock? Ooh. Oh, can't harvest that. I can harvest that. I can harvest that. I can harvest that. Just the log. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Hey, what's up, Rich? Can I get some small advice from you? BTW is my senior in life here. I've gotten a small inheritance. It's not much, but but I can buy a one-room apartment in Scotland. Okay. What's the advice you're looking for, buddy? The note should be behind a tree. We're gathered here to say, F all of you! Okay, so what are we looking for? Should I do that, assuming prices go up? That's the best deal I get, or try to save for more? So the question really becomes, if you buy this piece of property, now, I assume when you say like one-room apartments and you're talking about buy, this is ownership, similar to like what New York does. We don't really do that out in Midwest where we're at. We buy entire houses. So the question becomes, how much money do you end up left over with? If it ends up wiping out your entire stash, don't do it. Because you do want to have something to live off of in case of emergency. You don't need to give me a number. I'm just saying you should think about this. Note should be behind a tree found by following the wolf's gaze. Ooh, fly manita. But real estate is almost always a good investment. I'm not sure how it is in Scotland. Yeah. And then I don't know how it works in Scotland, but in the USA, we have financial planners that are a fiduciary, which means they have a legal and ethical responsibility to always act in your best interest. Talk to a financial planner. Maybe it's better to put your money into some investments and have your money make money. Whether it be in bonds, metals, or something like that. But yeah, always consider what's going to be, having an emergency fund. Because, like, I got my house, but I bought it, like, cheap as dirt because it was in foreclosure. But I couldn't properly repair it for years, and I struggled because I didn't have an emergency fund. So, I lucked out that I didn't go into issues. Well, here's the thing. How old are you? Spooky. You don't have to give me the exact age. How old are you, ballpark? Late 20s. Okay, I'm going to give you the same advice my financial planner did, because I asked him, like, hey, is it, worthwhile to pull out my money in my Roth IRA and convert it into, bonds and stocks? And he's like, your financial outlook is so long right now, I wouldn't even worry about it. Buy the dip. So, okay, they're risky right now, but you're not planning to get cash out and retire right now, are you? And if so, don't look at it in a window of like, okay, 1 year, 5 year. Consider what the window will be in like 10, 20, 30 years. Even if you look at like, now I'm going off the USA, The S&P 500, I think it's what averaged about 10% growth year over year since the Great Depression. Like, that's through the Great Depression, if I'm understanding. That's still 10% growth year over year averaged out. Now, compound that, you can make a good amount of money. Even if you go conservatively and make that 6%, that's quite a bit of money. I'm in the most remote city in the planet in Australia. Yeah, I don't know what it's like there. So Glasgow would be a huge career upgrade. Well, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Australia is pretty expensive compared to Scotland, which isn't, the cheapest thing too, but I'm confused. The note should be behind a tree following the wolf's gaze. Out of the top 5, we have 4 spots. Jeez. Yeah. Now, here's another consideration. I'm not saying do it right now because the USA is kind of effed. You could consider the USA in a few years and buy a whole ass house for a lot less than Scotland. Like, I know it's kind of expensive right now compared to when I bought mine. I bought my house originally for less than $50K. And I've made roughly 3 times the amount of money on it. Goes up more, my savings get eaten. Scotland apartment. Can't even get land for that price in Washington State. Yeah. The Midwest is kind of cheap. Okay, I'm being a moron. I'm still trying to figure out where the hell this note is. The Wolf's Gaze. Oh, I just went too far. Okay. You walk the path of the new dawn, the gods you would have bygone, a new step towards salvation, let you fall toward temptation. From here the third you will seek, the fool, the vain, he is who is weak. Whoever got paid to do these poems definitely got paid well. Wishing to slave the weak souls, the horned fiend shrine is thy goal. Contemplate the fake prince, march then toward the light of dawn. No problem, Spooky. Glad I got you to think. Remember, I'm not a financial planner, but I like at least helping people. Ooh. There's an imp. Look at the gall on that guy. Oh, can I not collect the dragonflies and stuff in this game? Damn it. Hey, look at that. Near root. Got another one. Let's see what's in the cave. Leave it to Oblivion. Nice! I just leveled up. Oblivion's kind of weird. Your one dude was just getting, you know, stabbed. Oh, you a weak one. Aww. You couldn't even leave me any goodies. Guess I'll take your cave key. What the hell was that? Sneaky, sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by its toe. If you holler, let it go. My mother said to pick the very best one, and you are it. It's a bear! Going to murder puppies. Give IRL puppies treats. Alright. Ari, Barack. Y'all want a treat, dumbasses? That got them moving. Dev, where's your brother? Ari! Chev. Lamala. 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 Come on. Good boy. Where's your brother? Is he being lazy right now and just crashing? He's been weird all day. He's been a little party pooper. Yes, he has. Thinking. And I should mention the math for renting here is insane. Renting everywhere has been kind of insane in general. Like, I was like blown away when I was asking my friends how much they pay for apartments because I haven't rented in years. When I last rented an apartment, I was paying $600 a month plus utilities. I have friends renting places that were like just the size of where I was, if not a little smaller, that are like $1,500. Blows my mind. And it has to do with all these corporations buying up all these properties and driving up the prices. I rented by myself 2 to 2.5K. Yeah. Oh. See, if I walked closer to the door and saw it just went to a deeper section, I would have gone to the other one anyway. I like to fully explore. Thank you for the bone meal. Ooh, piece of candy.
Hi. Well met. We shrine of arcade.
blessings of
Hello?
on
Who's
those
there?
who please the nine by righteous acts.
Nothing to I see. Farewell.
Where are you? I better cut down on the ale. Starting to see.
I thought mud crabs were fearsome than you.
I want to try something. I'm left with nothing. That's high salary too. Like, I don't earn that, and that's with roomies. You get 1K a week when you spend $600 on rent, food, $70. Only get 1K a week? Jeez. Like nothing. It's only a little less than what I make, but I live in the Midwest, and, yeah. And I take it that's after taxes. No, you're about to die. See? You just died. Aha! I'm the better bowman. I'm the better bowman. How the hell do you have an elven bow but iron arrows? After taxes, yeah. 1K is just an easy round number. Yeah. I make a little bit more than that, but the cost of living isn't so bad. But then again, I own a house. Now, my expenses are going to go a little bit up because, I just did a, line of credit on my house because I'm doing some repairs. Like, I want to remodel both bathrooms. And get the fence fixed and redo the windows.
I have your head, you filthy nose. Oh, what's the matter? Is the baby gonna cry?
No, your mama gonna be crying because she at your funeral. Mithril? I'm just curious. Yeah, I thought that's light armor. After 2 years in Scotland, I'd be available for free university, which pays you to go. Yeah, that sounds like a good deal. Don't have those opportunities in the US, and I'm lucky that I only have, like, close to 9K in student loans in the USA, which, I don't need to tell you, is cheap. And again, I mostly just went for being an electrician. Oh yeah, I forgot. Level up my conjuration, alteration. Where are we talking another in this light? Wait, what?
Who's there?
If you're wondering, I'm on Twitch, YouTube, and, TikTok. You had to pick between Collier or a Parrot as a daily drive. Which would it be and why? Parrot, because it's actually designed to be a daily driver operating system.
Guess it was nothing.
What are we talking about in this life? Anything and everything. We were talking to one guy about finance. We were talking about cybersecurity. I'm gaming on Linux. We talk about Linux. Mostly tech. But yeah. Yeah, purchasing an apartment in Scotland. I wasn't, looking at for myself, but somebody else was. I don't know if I'm a Swiss Army knife. I'm just a very, cultured and experienced dude. Oh, I'm a schmuck. Okay, so I was like, I'm missing something. At least we can sneak by them. Make my sneaky go up. Sneaky. Sneaky. This is Oblivion remastered. The new one they did. You have resources or recommendations for exploiting Metasploitable 2? I got Kali, Windows. I haven't really done Metasploitable in a while. We can probably try, what is it? Parrot CTFs my buddy has. Got links in the bio for that. So cool they added clairvoyance to this game. To get out of school, it really needed it. Clairvoyance? I never got to play with clairvoyance. Who's Claire and why do I need her voyance? And the arrow goes whoosh! Ah. Oh, you're the ringleader? You're about to be dead. Mm. You are over encumbered. I knew that was going to happen. Okay, what can I drop? And drop that. And drop that. Okay, so I already got the bound boots. And drop that. You don't have clairvoyance, you should have it. Leads you out of the cave for free. 0 mana. Never played it. I guess I just got used to doing it this way. Okay, so let's filter this by restore health. Okay, that got rid of quite a bit of the weight. Fine, I'll drop the mithril. You know, I used to hate the lock picking in Oblivion, then I actually started picking real locks, and now I understand how this works a little bit more. God damn it. God damn it. Your favorite Nix desktop and terminal emulator? I'm kind of a basic B, and I mainly use the one built in the Pop OS. My favorite is the one that works. Hold up. Hold up. That bow's kind of heavy. Alright, where? Yep. Okay, this looks like the right way.
I better cut down on the ale. Starting to see things, I am.
You're not seeing things. You're hearing things. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Your mother smells of elderberries! 5 points to whoever actually got that reference. There are bars in the toilet and shower here, and I'm not disabled, but I use them all the time. You know the great thing about handicap stalls? You can grab the rails and do power squeezes with them. Monty Python. Yes. I feel like I'm missing something here. Like there's a whole other entrance or something that I need to come through. Hey, leveled up my sneak. Stepping softly, hiding in the shadows, you do everything in your power to remain undetected. You have become an apprentice of sneaking. Your sneak attacks are now even deadlier.
Where are you?
Up
Who's
yo's.
there?
Yo mama.
I better cut down on the ale. Starting to see things, I am. I better cut down on the ale.
Starting to see things I am. What's that? Huh. Whatever it was, it's gone now. I better cut down on the ale. Starting to see things I am.
I'm just trying to, like, build up my sneak as best as I can.
Who's there?
I just found this out, but bronze is naturally antimicrobial and we should use it more. Oh yeah, bronze because it's actually built, it's copper because bronze is made from copper. So copper actually is naturally antimicrobial. I've known this for years. That's why I actually like copper pipes, but they're a little bit more expensive to use because they naturally can, the theory is sterilize the water a little bit better. There's a whole other antechamber over here. I got so many soul gems, but I haven't really been trapping any souls. Gotta be careful for that since some bronzes aren't antimicrobial. I don't know if, like, I'm qualified to make that distinction, but there's a theory around it. Now, of course, you need contact with copper. Silver is also naturally antimicrobial as well, for those of you that were not aware. Yo, I just killed a troll. And they weren't even on 4chan. Hey, Bedrock, how's it going, buddy? Oh yeah, silver, really great. There's actually filters around that actually have silver strips so that they actually can filter out things. If you put a little piece of silver inside your water cooling loop, it's supposed to help algae growth and stuff, if I recall correctly. Genuinely changed my whole identity with jewelry. Yeah. I actually like silver better than gold because silver's a little bit more useful in terms of things. Like, silver's actually used in the industry, whereas gold is really just used to prevent oxidation with things. Which way do I want to go? Finally set up Grafana. Nice! Grafana's nice. I love it. Yo, bear! I'm a bear. I'm just not a black bear. Ooh, glass arrow. Ooh, emerald. Ooh, an Orca shield. Oh yeah, that's a much better shield. We can drop that shield. Their alerts are a little frustrating to design, but yeah, it's great for dashboards and stuff. If you want to actually look at alerting, though, and you can afford the spend, Datadog is nice. You can use Datadog to actually gather all the alerts and everything, and then feed Grafana in as another layer for prettier dashboards. Because Datadog dashboards are kind of meh compared to that. We use Datadog at work. It's kind of nice. Ha! I was right. Okay, but let's go see what the troll's up to. So yeah, that down there is gonna lead us to, nope, 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 nope. There must have been a tripwire. Did I step on a tripwire? I don't know. Datadog can cost a lot when I get to Kubernetes. Yeah, well, Datadog can. It's relatively inexpensive, though, if you know how to manage all the data you're feeding in. You have no clue what ionic gold is referring to. Is it really just small bits of gold? I've never heard of that. What do I have? I already have Dwarven Boots. Going down. Hey, Chief, had any experience trying to play WoW on Linux? I have not played World of Warcraft, but I know many people do play it on Linux. Although, to be fair, I really think we should have, I really think Blizzard needs to actually make another Warcraft game, not World of Warcraft. Warcraft 1 through 3 were amazing video games. But they've just kind of like let World of Warcraft just continuously just churn out money for them instead of just having a standalone. Certain distros better than others for trying a game, speaking performance-wise? No, not really. They all more or less are just about how you want your things to flow. GUI-wise, all that. They pretty much mostly use the same components. Because you got to think about it. What are they all doing? They're using a Linux kernel. Most of them may be using the same one, maybe, you know, different versions apart, depending on how bleeding edge. They're using the same, you know, GPU drivers. There may be some small differences, but not enough to really warrant it. Oh, you think you can take me on, buddy? You couldn't even take one hit from my sword. Was a Linux Mint user for a while, and then CompTIA plus Linux Plus certified. Nice. I never did a CompTIA certification. Nothing against them. Just, never cared for getting any certs. Like I've been saying, CISSP was my first cert ever. I have this desire to jump straight into Arch Linux. Don't! Everyone jumps into Arch thinking it will be this amazing thing, but all it does is it brings you grief. Arch Linux will not bring you your parents' love like you once, you lost all those years ago. Yeah, everyone thinks Arch is so much better till you have one update go wrong and break everything. And yeah, I know there's some Arch users and they're like, I never had problems. You haven't had problems. Yet. Ooh, piece of candy. God damn it. God damn it. I got a golden ticket. I do expect something, but I heard it has robust recall backup functions. What those are, no idea. You can have robust backup functions on many different things. I have Deja Dupe set up on this system to back up to my NAS every night, so I can actually restore individual files or the entire OS if I want. You can also do ZFS if you really want. What, in your opinion, is the best Linux for a first-time user? The one I'm using, Pop! OS, is pretty great. Even for, more advanced users. I like it because it just works, and the NVIDIA drivers are pretty well tested before you, get it coming to your, system. NVIDIA works out the box, too. And pretty much, it's, Ubuntu fork, so almost everything that, everything that Ubuntu would have, this has, too. Okay, that can probably work. Heard of Pop! OS. Aren't they creating their own drivers also? Not really, except for their hardware stuff. They just do a lot of testing on the drivers. Neek leveled up. I am going to level up at least one level when I get out of here. Maybe two if I'm lucky. I don't need that rat meat. Missed that. Assuming Pop is Debian based. Yep, it's Ubuntu. It's based on Ubuntu, which is based on Debian. Pop OS originally started out as a set of extensions for Ubuntu. And then it grew to do so much stuff, and then they just, yeah. Hey, Boots. Bye, Boots. Do they have their own package manager? Is everything apt-based? Yes, it's apt-based. Apparently got into iPod modding too late. None of the transparent shells are on eBay anymore. Yeah. iPod modding, it was fun. But honestly, I've moved on to the Tangara. If you go to crowdsupply.com, you can probably order them, but they're still shipping out their first batches. So it's technically a pre-order. I started with it like really early on. I've been loving my Tangara so much.
All that stuff about having to set trolls on fire is a bunch of hooey. Now you know pain.
No, now you will know Oblivion. Oh, how do you keep... What the... How did I miss that one? I was gonna say, like, don't you have any pants? No, you have pants. I'll take your dwarven arrows. I'll take the steel arrows. Yeah, I am like 1 point away from being over encumbered. Okay, it's the second pin. Did see the Tangar. I'm just hesitant because I do have a lot of love for the iPod. That touch wheel and the infinite customization. I'm a fashion girly at heart, so I gotta style it. Oh, you can do that with the Tangara because it's completely open source. You just what's the word? 3D print a new case. And it's got the click wheel and everything. That's why I like it. It's all the features. Hey, sugar, how's it going? I'm gonna drop these boots so I'm not over encumbered anymore. So I think we cleared out... Did we clear this out? Yep, we cleared out the dungeon. Dengar is a super basic display, does it not? Those Rockbox themes are half the fun for me. You can customize it a little bit, but the other thing is the iPod doesn't allow for FLAC. The Tangara does. Leroy Jenkins! Let's get out of here. Let me see. Do I have clairvoyance? Somebody was saying I had clairvoyance. Okay, that is nice. Okay, that is a nice spell. I will admit. Support flax once rock converted to rock box, from my understanding. Yeah, but the issue is the SD cards and all that stuff. It's just, yeah. I noticed that I actually am liking the Tangar a lot more than my iPod, and I say this as a person who loves their iPod. Let's go to the market district, unload all these goods. How's AMD supporting Linux compared to NVIDIA? And AMD is built in out the box from, so it's built in the Linux kernel, so you don't have to install any drivers like you do NVIDIA. So if you ever need to update your AMD stuff, all you do is you install a new Linux kernel. So it's a lot better than NVIDIA, but NVIDIA's okay too. I'm running NVIDIA myself. Now,
What can I do for you?
one of my laptops is full AMD. Another one of my laptops is AMD and NVIDIA.
I can show you some new things. Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you. That's a fair deal. You got a great deal there. That's more than I usually pay.
Nice, okay, thanks for the education. Yeah, anytime. Running Ubuntu right now, but is Linux viable for gaming right now? For gaming now? I'm gaming on Linux right now. The only issues you'll have with gaming on Linux is stupid developers that don't, what's the word? That implement, kernel level anti-cheat, which I wouldn't even install that stuff
Come back.
on a,
Bye.
what you call it? Windows box. Okay, so we have an elven bow. Oh, that
Yes.
sells my, that restores my magicka?
Only
Okay.
quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in? I appreciate you. You've got a lot to take care.
Have you considered electroplating the back of your Tangara case bronze for the antibacterial stuff? Not really. It's polycarbonate, so I don't know if I can really do that. Out the box, it comes with a transparent polycarbonate case.
Hello.
Isn't there like an inn or something around here? Oh, there we are. The Merchant's Inn. Ground graphene or graphite, I don't know, but that sticks in the electroplate bonds to that. Huh. Interesting.
Yes? I do have a bed available for 20 gold a night. Very good. May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
Okay, cool.
Bye.
3D printed cosplay stuff. That needs to be bronze. Interesting. Learn something new. Hooray! I am level 14. Alright, where am I at in terms of character? I'm already most of the way to level 15. Planning on making my face on my iPod OG Xbox screen in the back
It's
an
you.
electroplated bronze. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Restore health. Don't have enough. Restore fatigue. Alright, let's see. Trying to figure out what can I make to at least increase my levels. Cool. Got reflect damage. Resist disease. Got rid of almost all my blood. Oh, well, it did get rid of all my blood grass. Alright, let's see. We'll probably sell a bunch of these potions. Alright, that was resist shock. Now, let's see what negative effects we can get. Okay, we got some damage fatigue poisons. Damage intelligence. Keep the Cairn Bolettes, because they actually have restore health, and I'll probably need those later. Anyways, I've been yapping too long on Maniac after being up long. Sorry about that. See you around. Have a good one. Oh, you're good, dude, buddy. But yeah, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, that freed up quite a bit of space. So now, where can I go to sell all of these potions?
Hi there.
Okay, so you are a tiny dude.
Reindeer's staffs, and I'm Reindeer. I sell magical staffs. Imagine that.
No, imagine that.
The finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
Wait, did I level up again?
That's more than I'd usually. That's more than I'd usually pay.
Come back and see. Farewell.
I find it interesting how just buying and selling things levels you up. My mercantilism skill. Alright. Was it Edgar?
What can I do for? Good day.
Nope. You don't buy potions. Asking people about rumors might hint you at quests. Stonewall shields. I forgot there's things on the edges. Mystic Emporium.
Welcome to Miss. Let's do business. An excellent bargain. Thank you for your buy. Look, my name is Hagar.
Good day.
Wait, what rumors do you have?
Have you heard about Kavach?
You
Yeah, okay.
What?
Let's do business.
There we go.
You got a great deal there.
All right, let's sell my poisons. And Linux, are we playing games on Linux? Yes, we are, Wicked Smile. How's it going, buddy? All right, we are selling all the poisons. Because I'm not much of a poisons dude.
That's a fair deal. You drive a hard bargain.
Let me see. Restore health.
That's a fair deal. You got a great deal there.
It's going. Back in the 80s, they were pretty cool, though. What was in the 80s?
A pleasure to. Goodbye.
Oh, poison. Yeah, that hair metal band. All right, let's see. Let's get the merchants in. I think we're good. I don't need to buy another room. Ba-bam! Level 15. Oh, this is Oblivion remastered.
I am never too busy for a good bomb.
Cool. Okay, so now we're very light. Let's go to Hack Dirt, and then we can go onto the Burning Trail. I'm gaming on Pop! OS Linux. Is that a Fly Amanita? Yes, it is. These are good for restoring health. I upgraded my PC and it tried to auto update to 11. Seriously thinking about going Debian. Do it. I like Pop! OS personally, but do it. Yeah, a lot of people are getting upset with Windows. They've just been kind of messing it up. Wait, is that a Bolivian gate? That's right, girl. Into oblivion and beyond! Wait, what's a Frost Atronach doing here? You do not get to heal yourself. You get to die. Okay, so let's figure out the lay of the land over here. Got Harada root, bloodgrass. Gotta get my alchemical ingredients over here. Bloodgrass is always the most plentiful in this area. Alright, let's at least clear out this Oblivion Gate. How did you not see me? I was like right in front of you. Alright. Let's go into the nether tunnels. The nether tunnels. For my nether regions. Okay, we're no longer dealing with runts. Okay, so we got some mithril gauntlets and a mace, an elven mace. I don't understand why the elven weapons are so heavy. They should be lighter. I thought elvish people like lighter weapons, but eh. Alright, let's quick save. Okay, we haven't explored either of these areas over here. Let's see what the map says. I hear snarling. Okay, so we got a little Harada route over here. We got a flesh pod over here. What's this do? Cuirass of Battle. Huh. That cuirass over there is gonna make a bit better in terms of man, my hammers last a lot longer now that I'm actually leveled up. Is there any other enemy down here? Alright, let's go into the Oblivion Cave. What's up, Marco? How's it going? The goods now in the Oblivion Gates are getting a little bit better now that I'm about level 15. I totally understand that feeling. Probably gonna have to drop some items in a little bit. Almost 5 a.m. and I have not slept. Yeah, you'll get nights like that sometimes where the brain just doesn't want to shut off, I take it. The hate tunnels. There we go. How are tech prices on your side of the Atlantic? They're going up. I saw your vid that, yeah, they're going up because of the China tariffs. Like, almost all of my tech is coming from China. Oh. You are now able to dodge by pressing while moving. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's ridiculously expensive for a lot of the things I was looking at because of the import duties. Tomako in Chief is charging us a lot more. Isn't that the country that has the highest tariffs? Yep. The high ground! Yeah, so like China unfortunately makes a lot of the items that we use, so that's costing us an arm and a leg for upgrading, tinkering, um like almost all the meshtastic stuff I use comes from China. Have a nice trip. See you next fall. Yeah. What's the chances you think of Greenland free? What do you mean free? I'm not an American, but my suppliers for the work I have in Latin American were American. I have to place a few orders. I might have to avoid the U.S. Honestly, you may have to avoid the U.S. for a while. I wouldn't come in unless you are actually a citizen, and even then, it's a crap show. Oh, rare earth minerals? I don't think it's that likely. I mean, he just got the deal with Ukraine and all that, but the reality is, okay, we get the rare earth minerals. The USA doesn't have the manufacturing capability for a lot of the components that actually would use the rare earth minerals. And Apple's actually shut down their American facilities and putting them into India and Vietnam because, well, it's cheaper for them ultimately. Ha! Parkour! Parkour! I don't know what I'm doing. I am just messing around. Jump, jump. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just literally going around and just messing around. Oh, shit. Have a nice trip. See you next fall. I gotta go all the way down to go get your damn body. Oh. Damn it. Can't get your salts. They're just going to make the consumer pay the tariffs. Yeah, well, Trump is a schmuck that literally was going around saying, China will pay the tariffs, they'll eat the costs. No, they won't. I saw the bill on my potential duties and all that. Funny part of the illogical logic of Orange Man is that he thinks that we, the tariffs companies, are going to be encouraged to move the workforce back to the U.S. No, exactly. I talked about this in the last stream, where it's cheaper for companies to move their stuff to other countries and just accept the tariff hit. Oh, you want some? A Kinval. Come here. Come here. I'm gonna eat your heart. I'm gonna eat your heart and use it for my potions. I'm using Pop OS. Okay, so this is the tower portal. Okay, I'm literally standing right here. How did you miss me? I knew I heard you. Who's up next? This is Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Race showcase when? Most people don't race out their desktops. We actually use our computers. A Kinreeve! Okay, I'm gonna need to restore health, use the shield. Okay, we're getting a little tight here. Oh, that was not a summon. Ooh, that was tight. The Kinreeve shield. That long sword. Is that any better than the sword I have? Slightly, but at twice the weight. I'm gonna use Wayland. I'm using the whatever the Pop OS default is for 2204. I just use what works. I used to tinker and all that, like, heavily, but nowadays I just use what works. Can we at least sneak up? Nothing to sneak with. Alright, we're at the Flesh Spire. There's a Flame Atronach right there. Come on, girl. Light my world on fire. Shot to the heart, and you're to blame, girl, and you give love a bad name. Alright, we're in the Dead Halls. Oh, you're only a caitiff. Come on. A ring of fire walking. Alright, come on. My strength is being drained. Okay, so hold on. There we go. Fix your posture. You fix your posture. How am I over encumbered? What did I pick up? Oh. Okay, so... It's the claws. Let's at least repair everything. Maybe we can... Okay, we saved a couple pounds that way. But I think... Do you know of any tool that can receive SMS and forward to other numbers in any country? There's some ways to do that with VoIP. I can't remember off the top of my head, though. Get back here, you little bitch. God damn it, I did it again. Yeah, I'm gonna need to drop the silver short sword. That's fine. Oh, so the way you to go you recommend is VoIP. Yeah, you would have to use VoIP somehow. But you're gonna need numbers at every entry point or something. Oh, I see you. Get over here, you Kinval. No! I lost my Daedra card. Alright, we gotta go to the corridor of Dark Salvation. No problem. There are some services out there that can do it for you. I just don't know of any that would fit what you need, but I know they exist, but it would definitely be a VoIP thing. We ran past that. Okay, we're gonna need to... Not that, restore fatigue. All right, we're back to the flesh spire, but a level higher. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. We still got to go up a little higher. Did you just light your own caster on fire? Okay, we're gonna need... Let's get some positive effects. Restore health. Okay, our alchemy got to level 69, which means we are almost close to mastery, and we'll get 4 ingredients, and we can do even better potions. We're almost there. Alright, let's see. I just picked up a bone, which does nothing for me. Keen Marcher. Alright, so we're gonna need... That's what I was looking for. A Dremora Claymore. Nope. All right. We're closing this gate. Creaty. All right, let's see. How far into... Oh, almost to level 16. Nice. While we're out here, go to Molag Bal's Shrine. So at least I have that marker. Find the third note by following the light of dawn. Yo, you got a glass bow.
Must be separate. Do not test his patience.
Molag Bal demands a stronger champion. I think I know what this means. 20 hours? Would that math be right? Let me just check. Light of dawn. Molag Bal. All right, let's see. Okay. There, while facing the shrine, turn right and walk to the tree. Oh. Okay, so we need to go to the lucky old lady statue. All right, let's go back to the Imperial City Market District.
Spare a coin for the infirm.
Nothing I'd like to talk about.
Goodbye.
Samuel
Bye.
Bantian
Oh.
used to be a wild
Hello.
one. They say he used to be quite the locksmith.
Oh, he's calmed down a lot. Can still teach you how to pick a lock, though.
See you.
Take care.
That was a nice, lively bunch over there.
Welcome to a fight. You've got a lot to learn. Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you. An excellent bargain. That's a fair deal. That's a good deal.
We'll sell the Varla stone. We'll sell the short sword.
A good price for a good.
A dwarven longsword. Modded ThinkPad T48 or Librem 14. Well, the ThinkPads are kind of old, the T40 480. I'll introduce you to another device, though, you can take a look at. Nova Custom. They have some newer specs. The Librem 14 I have is nice, but it is a little bit dated in terms of the specs that are there. All right, let's see. Nova Custom. Nova Custom. I was thinking about getting one myself for my next device, but I got enough laptops and everything right now. I'll probably get it next year, but for now I'm good. You're welcome.
So what's this about?
That's why people follow me, because I pay attention to all the interesting devices out there. Yeah, you can get, I think, a 12th gen CPU with it easily.
He's that chasing after I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil. I do have a... Very good. Take care.
But you are welcome, thinking DeFi. Alright, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, that is completely custom. You can really tinker and customize it however you want. And you can get it with all the same features of the Purism Librem. Because all they're doing is they're packaging Cubes OS with heads and core boot and all of that. But yeah, it looks really nice. It does ship from the EU though, so keep that in mind. So there might be a little bit of lead time. But it's a really nice setup. What's a latent do? Ooh.
So long.
I'm glad he'll train others in skill.
How are you?
Fine.
There were lights spotted at Cindercliff Watch. That place was cursed.
All right, let's see. Armorer's level 67. Expert, you can repair items. I'm almost at 75 for expert, which will give me heavy armor you wear no longer encumbers you as much. Master, of course, it becomes light as hell. You can focus your vision, so I'm almost there. Alchemy. You can you recognize all 4. And always craft an additional potion. You can buy and sell any item to any vendor. So I'm almost close to expert on a few skills. Block, I'm about to have your shield or weapon no longer loses durability when you block an attack. Oh, nice. One more level and we'll have that. I can't wait until I can do the shield bash, though.
I've heard others
All right.
say the same.
I think now is a good time, though, for me to save my game and call it a night. But I think we're fixing a lot of the performance issues, because I didn't see any real major stutters or anything this gameplay session. This is the first time I haven't had Oblivion really crap out on me, even in the open areas. So I think we're on the right path here. And, yeah. Next planned stream is on Wednesday, because this week we altered our schedule to Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and it will be that way moving forward until we change it. And, of course, make sure, if you haven't, follow me on all of my socials. I am on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, Mastodon, Blue Sky, and then, of course, we have the Discord and Matrix servers as well if you want to hang out with our community and chat with a lot of awesome people, whether it's Linux or tinkering or IT, cybersecurity, all of that. You have a great community. We just passed a little over 1,000 members in there, so it's a great one. We're going to have a movie night every Saturday evening around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This week is The Terminator. Last week we had Ghostbusters 2. So thank you all for joining. If you are over on Twitch, stick around for the raid. Otherwise, I love y'all. Stay safe and happy hacking. And there'll be some YouTube videos coming around too. I just finished some scripts for some, but I have to edit one. But yeah. Happy hacking. Stay safe. Love you all.